Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. There are some crimes that haunt not because of their complexity, but because of their simplicity. Because they remind us how fragile trust can be, and how kindness can sometimes be repaid in the cruelest of ways. Tonight's story takes us to Greenfield, Indiana, a quiet suburb where neighbors knew each other by name, where violent crime was almost unheard of. It's the story of Patricia Dresser, a woman entering a new chapter of her life, and the young man she tried to help. Patricia Ann Dresser, known to everyone as Patty, was 52 years old in the autumn of 2016. Born on June 1, 1964 in Newcastle, Indiana. She had graduated from Newcastle High School in 1982 and spent most of her career in sales and marketing. Those who knew her described her with words like bubbly, sweet, and friendly. One friend called her Sweet Patty because she would blush and giggle like a schoolgirl at the compliment, her humble nature always shining through. Her brother, Mike Kingsley, had a special nickname for her, Meme. It was a name from childhood, born from her eagerness to always be included in games and family outings. Even as an adult, that same enthusiasm for life never left her. She loved her community and was actively involved in local organizations. She had a garden she tended with friends, Thursday night dinner traditions, spontaneous adventures to Florida, card games that stretched into the evening. But above all else, Patty was a mother. She had two sons, Daniel, who lived in Fishers, Indiana, and Nicholas, her youngest, who had recently joined the military and was stationed in San Antonio, Texas. As a single mother, she'd poured everything into raising those boys. And by all accounts, she'd done an exceptional job. Everyone who knew them could see how proud she was of the men they'd become. October 2016 found Patty at an interesting crossroads in her life. Both boys were grown and gone, and she was adjusting to being an empty nester. After years in real estate, she'd recently transitioned into a new career as an advertising representative in Shelbyville. It was exciting, this next phase of her life. She lived alone now in her home at 1190 Morningside Drive, in a neighborhood called Cricket Reel, a peaceful subdivision where violent crime simply didn't happen. The house needed some work, as houses do, and Patty wasn't afraid to roll up her sleeves. But some jobs required an extra set of hands. That's where Spencer Spielman came in. Spencer Spielman was 20 years old, born on February 2, 1996. He was a friend of Nick Dresser, Patty's youngest son. When Spencer mentioned he needed money, Patty did what came naturally to her. She offered to help. She hired him to do odd jobs around her house, gave him the garage door keypad code so he could come and go as needed to complete the work, and even paid him up front for some of the jobs. Spencer had spent time in the Dresser home before. According to his own later statements, he'd always felt welcome there. Patty had helped him out on more than one occasion, given him money when he needed it, helped him research colleges, let him stay over when he had nowhere else to go. She'd taken him under her wing, the way she did for many young people in her life. But there were warning signs that something wasn't quite right. At some point before the murder, Patty caught Spencer attempting to steal something precious. Her son Nick's watch, a valuable tag wire. After that incident, she hid the watch, tucking it away where she hoped it would be safe from Spencer's hands. Then came Wednesday, October 12, 2016. Patty returned home from work that evening around 7:30 and immediately knew something was wrong. The house was disheveled. Things were out of place. The watch box was sitting in the kitchen, empty. Someone had broken in, and they'd been looking for that tag Hoyer. She knew immediately who it was. Throughout that evening, Patty sent text messages to friends and family. One message captured her certainty perfectly. Spencer broke into my house today. Didn't get what he was looking for, though. She believed Spencer had used the garage door code to get in, so she unplugged the garage door opener. Problem solved, or so she thought. What Patty didn't do was call the police. Maybe she didn't want to get Nick's friend in trouble. Maybe she thought unplugging the garage door was enough. Maybe she believed she could handle it herself by confronting him. We'll never know for certain. What we do know is that Patty sent text messages to Spencer that evening, warning him to stay away from her house, threatening to go to the police if he didn't. She told her friends and family about her fear of him. Her own words, preserved in those text messages, would later become powerful evidence in the courtroom. The next day was Thursday, October 13th, 2016. It would be Patty's last day alive. The exact timeline of what happened that Thursday remains somewhat uncertain, as is often the case in crimes where there are no witnesses. What we know comes from forensic evidence, from Spencer's eventual confession, and from the investigation that followed. At some point during the day on October 13, Spencer Spielman entered Patty's home. He later claimed to police that he'd gone there to do yard work, that he'd left briefly and returned to find her dead. But the evidence would tell a very different story. According to the confession Spencer would eventually give to detectives, there was a confrontation, an argument. Patty told him to leave her house. In Spencer's version of events, she fell and knocked over a chair. He helped her up, he said, and walked her to the couch. She was wearing a red bathrobe. What happened next would be described in chilling detail during his interrogation. Spencer told police that Patty freaked out and began hitting him. He placed something over her head. Then he reached for the sash of her bathrobe. He wrapped it around her neck once, then twice, and he pulled it tight. The forensic pathologist who performed Patty's autopsy, Dr. John Cavanaugh, would later testify about what he found. There were marks on Patty's neck, chin, arms, and wrists. The marks indicated she'd been held down. 3 band-like bruises, matching the width of the bathrobe sash, were found on either side of her neck. There was a scrape on her chin and marks inside her mouth, where her teeth had been pressed hard against her inner lips. Evidence of smothering. The cause of death was asphyxiation, from a combination of strangulation and smothering. In other words, Patty Dresser fought for her life, and she lost. Spencer left her there on the couch, surrounded by pillows. The bathrobe sash discarded on the floor beside her. Her body was positioned in a way that might have looked to a casual observer like she was simply resting. But Spencer didn't just leave. He took her car, a blue 2011 Ford Taurus. He took her television, a 55-inch Hitachi. He took her iPad, her Wi-Fi hotspot, her iPhone, and her wallet. He loaded up his bounty and drove away, leaving Patty's body to be discovered by someone else. Nick Dresser, stationed in San Antonio, Texas, tried repeatedly to reach his mother throughout the day on Thursday and into Friday. Call after call went unanswered. For a son whose mother was usually so responsive, the silence was alarming. Finally, unable to shake his growing dread, Nick called a family friend and asked them to check on his mother. It was around 10 o'clock Thursday evening when that friend arrived at the house on Morningside Drive. The lights were on inside. Everything looked normal from the outside. But when the friend entered and found Patty, they knew immediately. The friend called 911. Police and medical responders arrived to find Patty's body on the couch in the living room, positioned almost as if she were sleeping, except for the red bathrobe she wore and the sash lying on the floor. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The Hancock County Coroner's Office would rule her death a homicide. The autopsy determined she'd been dead for somewhere between 24 and 36 hours when her body was found. Detectives immediately began working the scene. They noticed what was missing: the blue Ford Taurus, a television, personal items. They spoke with family members who had rushed to the scene, trying to understand what had happened to their Patty. And that's when family members told them about Spencer Spielman, about the break-in on Wednesday, about Patty's fears, about the text messages she'd sent. Police now had a suspect. They just needed to find him. The next evening, Friday, October 14, 2016, Dwayne Davis was driving in Greenfield. Davis was Patty's ex-boyfriend and close friend. They'd remained close enough that they co-owned a blue Ford Taurus. At approximately 8:50 in the evening, Davis spotted the Taurus near a local village pantry, a convenience store on South State Street. His heart must have jumped into his throat. He immediately called 911 and began following the car at a safe distance, staying on the line with dispatchers, keeping them updated on the vehicle's location. Greenfield police converged on the area. When they pulled the Taurus over, they found Spencer Spielman behind the wheel. In the passenger seat sat another young man, Brandon Humphreys, Spencer's friend. Both were taken into custody for questioning. The interrogation that followed would become crucial to the case. The interrogation room at the Greenfield Police Department was cold. Spencer Spielman sat across from detectives, his hands cuffed, his demeanor initially angry and defiant. For more than 2 hours, Spencer denied everything. He admitted he'd done work for Patty. He admitted he knew her, but killed her. No, he insisted over and over. He didn't kill anyone. The detectives pressed him. They had found him driving her car, her stolen car. They knew about the break-in. They knew about the texts. Spencer's stories kept changing, shifting, evolving. First he claimed he hadn't seen Patty at all. Then he admitted he'd been at the house, but said he'd stolen the TV while she was out, entering through the garage with a remote. Around the 2-hour and 20-minute mark of the interrogation, something changed. Spencer asked for a cigarette. The officers agreed. With cameras rolling on their body cams, they escorted him outside, still in handcuffs. For 5 minutes, Spencer stood there, smoking, chatting casually with the officers, as if they were old friends. Then they went back inside. Spencer slouched into his seat in the interview room, and he said the words that would seal his fate. "I'm ready to tell you what happened now." What followed was a confession that would be played for the jury at his trial. In a calm voice, no longer angry or defiance, Spencer made the actions for the detectives. He showed them how he'd taken the sash of Patty's bathrobe and wrapped it around her neck. Once, twice, he demonstrated pulling it tight. He told them about returning later to remove the sash, finding her dead gray in color. He mentioned details about the crime scene that only someone who'd been there, only someone who'd killed her, could possibly know. The position of the pillows, the arrangement of items, the way her body was positioned on the couch. The detectives swabbed the inside of Spencer's mouth for DNA. They photographed his arms and hands, noting a fresh scratch on his left arm. Later, DNA testing would reveal Spencer's DNA on swabs taken from Patty's right hand, consistent with her having scratched him during their struggle. Spencer was booked into the Hancock County Jail on a $250,000 cash bond. He was charged with murder, robbery, and driving with a suspended license. The murder rocked the Cricket Rail subdivision. Neighbors like Lisa Meck, a mother of 2, expressed shock and fear. She lived separated from Patty's home by just a privacy fence, partially open from storm damage earlier that year. She'd used to leave her doors unlocked while at home with her children. It's shocking and disturbing all at the same time. Meg told reporters, "This neighborhood is mostly quiet. You don't hear too much negativity going around. You don't see crime." Another neighbor, a man named Foreman, echoed the sentiment. "We rarely have anything like this, and especially in this neighborhood. We rarely hear noise." The community struggled to understand how this could happen to someone like Patty, in a place like Greenfield, in a neighborhood like Cricket Reel. How could a young man kill a woman who'd offered him nothing but kindness? How could he strangle her, rob her, and then drive around in her car as if nothing had happened? Meanwhile, in the days following his arrest, Spencer made phone calls from the county jail. These calls were recorded, as all jail calls are. In them, he told a very different story to his friends than the one he told the detectives. In these calls, his voice crackling through the prison phone system, Spencer claimed he hadn't killed Patty at all. He said he'd been doing yard work at her house, and had left briefly. When he returned, he said he found her body slumped on the couch, with the sash of her bathrobe wrapped tight around her neck. He claimed he'd removed the sash and run from the house. When police found him with her car, he said he panicked and confessed because he was scared of going to prison. He insisted he'd always felt welcome in Patty's home. He had no reason to kill her. He told his friends, none at all, but prosecutors believed otherwise. They believed the physical evidence, the DNA, the detailed knowledge of the crime scene, and yes, that initial confession all told the real story. As investigators dug deeper into the case, more pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Spencer's friend Brandon Humphreys, who'd been in the passenger seat when police stopped the Taurus, became an important witness. Humphreys told police that on the day Patty died, he and Spencer had driven around together in what Spencer claimed was his mother's car. They visited several pawn shops in Indianapolis. Then they drove all the way to Kentucky and back. Throughout this entire journey, Humphreys said, Spencer's behavior seemed completely normal. Nothing about him suggested he'd just committed murder. As they were making their way back to Greenfield, about a dozen police cars converged on them on the south side of the city. That's when, Humphreys said, Spencer immediately began to panic. The television Spencer had stolen from Patty's home was traced through these pawn shop visits. Humphreys admitted to police that he'd bought a TV from Spencer, who told him it came from his mother's house. Humphreys later pawned the 55-inch Hitachi. When police tracked it down, the serial number matched the television stolen from Patty Dresser's home. Investigators also learned more about Spencer's history with Patty. While Spencer claimed he'd always been welcome in her home, the evidence painted a more complicated picture. There was the attempted theft of Nick's watch, the break-in on Wednesday, the increasingly worried text messages Patty had sent to friends and family in the day before her murder. One friend testified that Patty had seemed genuinely frightened of Spencer in those final hours. She'd told multiple people about her suspicions regarding the break-in. She'd taken the step of unplugging her garage door opener. These weren't the actions of someone who felt safe. The trial of Spencer Spielman began in July 2017 in Hancock County Superior Court before Judge Terry Snow. It lasted 8 days and included testimony from nearly 30 witnesses and hundreds of pieces of evidence. The prosecution, led by prosecutors including Chief Deputy Prosecutor Marie Castor, built their case methodically. They presented Patty's text messages, showing her fear of Spencer and her knowledge that he'd broken into her home. They played the video of Spencer's interrogation, including that crucial moment after the cigarette break, when he confessed and demonstrated how he'd strangled Patty. They presented the DNA evidence showing Spencer's genetic material on Patty's hands, consistent with her having scratched him during their struggle. They showed photos of the scratch on Spencer's left arm. They presented testimony from Dr. John Kavanaugh, the forensic pathologist who described Patty's injuries in detail and explained how she died. They traced the stolen television through the pawn shops, connecting Spencer directly to the robbery. They called Brandon Humphreys, who described his strange road trip with Spencer in Patty's stolen car. They presented evidence showing Spencer had been found driving on a suspended license, with an active warrant for his arrest. Most powerfully, they argued that Patty's own words from beyond the grave convicted Spencer. Her texts, her warnings, her fears, all pointed directly at him. These are her thoughts, and they are powerful, Prosecutor Kiefner told the jury. How do you set that all aside? But Spencer's defense attorney, John Merlau from New Palestine, fought back. His strategy was to attack the confession itself, arguing that it was false, coerced by police pressure and manipulation. Merlau called an expert witness, Alan Hirsch, an attorney and professor from Massachusetts who specialized in studying false confessions. Hirsch testified about how innocent people sometimes confess to crimes they didn't commit, particularly after long confrontational interrogations. He noted that 5% of innocent suspects give false confessions because they believe they'll be better off doing so. Merlau pointed out that Spencer's interrogation had lasted 3 hours, that the room was cold, that Spencer had ADHD and anxiety disorders, that he was tired and scared. He argued that the detectives had fed Spencer details about the crime scene, which Spencer then repeated back in his confession. The defense also tried to suggest that someone else might have been responsible for Patty's death. During questioning of witnesses, Merlau asked about rumors that had circulated among Spencer's friends about others being involved. Brandon Humphreys acknowledged hearing such rumors, but said he didn't believe them and denied any involvement himself. From the witness stand during the sentencing phase, Spencer himself would later deny hurting Patty. Despite his confession, he read a statement asking, "Why would I bite the hand that fed me?" He claimed Patty had helped him, given him money, let him stay at her house, helped him with job searches and college research, but the jury wasn't buying it. They'd heard the confession, they'd seen the demonstration, they'd examined the physical evidence, they'd listened to the expert testimony about how Patty died. On July 26, 2017, after 7 days of testimony, the jury reached their verdict. A tense silence hung in the courtroom as Judge Snow prepared to read it. Guilty. Guilty of murder. Guilty of robbery. guilty of driving while suspended. As the judge announced the verdict, Patty's friends and family wept. Outside the courthouse, as police and prosecutors descended the steps, Patty's loved ones applauded. These were the people who had brought their Patty's killer to justice. The sentencing hearing came in August 2017. It was, by all accounts, an emotional affair. Mike Kingsley, Patty's brother, took the witness stand with a photograph of his sister hanging from a lanyard around his neck. It was a picture of a younger Patty. He unfolded a letter he'd written and, with a smack that echoed through the quiet courtroom, slammed the paper down on the ledge in front of him. The anger in his voice was unmistakable as he addressed Spencer directly. "You took her life for a car and flippin' TV," Kingsley said, his words dripping with contempt. "You are a self-centered individual who only cares about what benefits you at the time." He spoke about his sister, about the woman everyone knew as Patricia or Patty, but whom he'd always called Mimi. He talked about that childhood nickname, about how she'd always wanted to be included, how she'd carried that enthusiasm for life into adulthood. He described how she'd been a single mother settling into a new phase of her life. Her boys were grown and gone. Nick had just joined the military. She'd been building a new career in advertising after years in real estate. She'd been surrounded by loving friends who supported her. She'd had so much life ahead of her, and Spencer had taken all of that away. For what? For a car and a television. For items he'd pawned for quick cash? The prosecution asked the judge to be strict, to give Spencer the maximum sentence allowed by law. They argued that his greed was despicable, that he'd betrayed someone who tried to help him, that he'd stolen not just property but a human life. From his seat at the defense table, Spencer maintained his innocence even as he faced sentencing. He continued to claim the confession was false, coerced, not reflective of what really happened. But Judge Snow had heard enough. On August 30, 2017, he sentenced Spencer Michael Spielman to 55 years in prison. 50 years would be served in an Indiana Department of Correction facility. With 5 years suspended to probation, Spencer was transported to Pendleton Correctional Facility, where he remains to this day. His projected release date, assuming he serves his full sentence, is August 20. He will be 58 years old, the same age Patty would have been when she died, had Spencer not stolen those years from her. Spencer didn't accept his fate quietly. In 2018, his case went before the Indiana Court of Appeals. He raised several arguments for why his conviction should be overturned. First, he argued that his confession should never have been admitted into evidence because it was involuntary, coerced by police in violation of both state and federal constitutions. He claimed the interrogation environment was coercive, that the detectives made implicit promises about his sentence, that he was cold and tired and suffering from ADHD and anxiety. He argued that the detectives had provided him with all the details he repeated in his confession. The appeals court wasn't persuaded. They noted that Spencer had never properly raised these arguments at trial, and that in any case they weren't supported by the record. Second, Spencer argued that the evidence was insufficient to prove he'd acted knowingly or intentionally when he killed Patty. He claimed the killing occurred in sudden heat, suggesting it was somehow a crime of passion rather than murder. This argument relied heavily on his own confession, which he'd later abandoned, claiming it was false. The appeals court rejected this too. They noted that the jury wasn't required to believe every detail of Spencer's confession, especially given his tendency to change his story and his clear attempts to minimize his culpability or avoid responsibility entirely. The physical evidence and the circumstances supported a finding of knowing, intentional murder. Third, Spencer argued that his convictions for both murder and robbery violated double jeopardy principles under the Indiana Constitution. This argument was based on technical legal grounds about whether the same evidence proved both crimes. Again, the appeals court disagreed. They found that the robbery and murder were sufficiently distinct that separate convictions didn't violate double jeopardy. Finally, Spencer argued that his 55-year sentence was inappropriate given the nature of the offense and his character. In legal terms, he was asking the court to find his sentence was too harsh. The appeals court considered this argument but ultimately affirmed the sentence. They noted the serious nature of the crime, the breach of trust involved, and the evidence presented at trial. Spencer's conviction and sentence stood. The legal system had spoken, and it had spoken clearly. Spencer Spielman was guilty of murdering Patricia Dresser, and he would spend the next several decades behind bars for that crime. The murder of Patricia Dresser sent ripples through many lives. Her two sons, Daniel and Nicholas, lost their mother, the woman who'd raised them. who'd been so proud of the men they'd become. They lost her just as she was entering a new phase of life, just as they were beginning their own adult lives. Her brother Mike lost his little sister, his Mean, the girl who'd always wanted to be included, who'd grown into a woman full of enthusiasm and love for life. Her friends lost their Thursday night dinner companion, their gardening partner, their spontaneous adventure buddy. They lost the woman they'd called Sweet Patty, who blushed at compliments and giggled like a schoolgirl. Her community lost a member who'd been actively involved in local organizations, who'd had a passion for Greenfield and its people. And what of Spencer Spielman's family and friends? They too experienced loss, watching someone they knew destroy his own life by destroying another's. Spencer's mother, Nick's friend, Brandon Humphreys, and others in his circle had to grapple with the reality that someone they knew was capable of such violence. The case drew media attention. It was featured on Oxygen's Criminal Confessions in an episode titled Killer Friends. It was featured on A&E's Interrogation Raw in an episode called The Cigarette Break, highlighting that crucial moment when Spencer stepped outside for a smoke and came back ready to confess. These television programs brought Patty's story to a national audience, ensuring that she wasn't forgotten, that her death served as a reminder of the dangers of misplaced trust and the warning signs that should never be ignored. Even with Spencer behind bars, even with the case officially closed, questions linger. They're the kinds of questions that haunt true crime cases. The what-ifs and why didn't she's that survivors and observers ask themselves in the dark. Why didn't Patty call the police after the break-in on Wednesday? If she had, would she still be alive? Would officers have arrested Spencer, or at least warned him away, before he had the chance to kill her? What made Spencer decide to kill her? Was it truly just robbery, the desire for a car and a television? Or was there something else? Some perceived slight, some anger at being confronted about the break-in? What went through Patty's mind in those final moments? Did she realize what was happening? Did she think of her sons? And that cigarette break during the interrogation? What really changed for Spencer in those 5 minutes outside? Did he decide that confession was inevitable? Did he feel some kind of remorse? Or did he simply calculate that cooperation might somehow help him? We'll likely never have complete answers to these questions. Spencer's testimony has been unreliable, his story shifting and changing to suit his needs. The truth died with Patty that October evening. If there are lessons to be drawn from Patty's story, they're uncomfortable ones. First, trust can be dangerous. Patty tried to help a young man who claimed to need money and work. She gave him access to her home. She paid him up front. She offered him kindness and support. And in return, he stole from her, betrayed her, and ultimately killed her. It's a harsh reminder that not everyone deserves or will properly use the trust we place in them. Second, warning signs matter. Patty caught Spencer trying to steal the watch. She suspected him immediately when her home was broken into. She felt afraid enough to text friends and family about her fears. These were all red flags that something was seriously wrong. Yet she didn't take the final step of calling police, of removing Spencer from her life completely. Perhaps she didn't want to get him in trouble. Perhaps she thought she could handle it herself. Either way, those unheeded warning signs proved fatal. Third, small crimes can escalate. Spencer started with attempted theft of a watch. Then he committed a burglary. Then robbery and murder. The escalation was rapid and deadly. It's a pattern seen in many criminal cases, where someone starts with minor offenses, and when not stopped, moves on to more serious crimes. Fourth, confession evidence. While powerful, is complex. Spencer's defense raised legitimate questions about interrogation tactics and false confessions. These are real issues in the criminal justice system, yet in this case, the confession was supported by physical evidence, by DNA, by stolen property, and by detailed knowledge of the crime scene. The totality of the evidence pointed to guilt, not to a false confession extracted under pressure. In the end, the most important thing about this case isn't Spencer Spielman. It isn't the interrogation tactics or the legal arguments or even the shocking betrayal of trust. The most important thing is Patricia Ann Dresser herself. She was a real person with a real life. She was born on June 1, 1964 in Newcastle, Indiana, to William and Anna Jane Kingsley. She graduated from Newcastle High School in 1982. She built a career in sales and marketing. She raised 2 sons as a single mother, pouring her love and energy into helping them become good men. She loved her community and gave her time to local organizations. She had close friends who treasured Thursday night dinners with her. She tended gardens, played cards, took spontaneous trips to Florida. She had a passion for life that showed in everything she did. She was someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's mother, someone's friend. People called her Sweet Patty because that's what she was. Sweet and kind and genuine. She was 52 years old when she died, with years of life ahead of her, years she should have had to watch her sons build their own families, to advance in her new career, to enjoy her friendships, to simply be. Those years were stolen from her by someone she tried to help in her own home, in a quiet neighborhood in Greenfield, Indiana, on an October evening in 2016. She deserves to be remembered not as a victim, and not as a case number, not as an episode of a true crime show, but as Patty, as Mimi, as the woman who blushed at compliments and always wanted to be included, who loved her boys more than anything, who tried to see the good in people, even when perhaps she shouldn't have. That's who Patricia Dresser was, and that's who Spencer Spielman took from the world. Rest in peace, Patty. You deserved so much better than the end you received. Your story has been told tonight so that you're not forgotten, so that others might learn from the tragedy of what happened to you, and so that your memory lives on beyond that terrible October night. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight we'll explore a deeply troubling case from Connecticut. A story of love turned tragic, a missing child, and a justice system that fought for the truth. The morning of December 2nd, 2019, began like any other Monday at the daycare center in Ansonia, Connecticut. Staff members arrived, preparing for another day of caring for young children. But as the hours passed, something felt wrong. Christine Holloway, one of their most reliable colleagues, hadn't shown up for work. She hadn't called in sick. She simply wasn't there. For those who knew Christine, this was completely out of character. At 43 years old, Christine had built her life around caring for others. As the eldest of 5 children, she had developed a nurturing personality from a young age, helping to raise her younger siblings. She was the first person in her family to graduate from college, earning a bachelor's degree in psychology. Her passion had always been working with children, particularly infants, and she approached her work with what colleagues described as the patience of a saint. When Christine failed to arrive that Monday morning, her employer made the decision to request a welfare check. At 12:52 p.m., Ansonia police were dispatched to her small apartment at 6 Heim Myrtle Avenue, a quiet residential street in this working-class Connecticut town. Officer Kelly arrived just 7 minutes later, rang the doorbell, and knocked on the door. There was no answer. The apartment remained silent. The officer couldn't force entry based solely on a missed day of work, so he noted the situation and left. But as the afternoon wore on, Christine's family grew increasingly concerned. Her brothers Stephen and his girlfriend Jody Jacobellis decided to check on her themselves. Around 3:00 p.m., as Jody arrived at the apartment, she knocked repeatedly. No answer. Christine's car wasn't parked in its usual spot. A cold feeling of dread began to settle in Jody's stomach. By evening, the worry had transformed into genuine alarm. Stephen and Jody went directly to the Ansonia Police Department at approximately 7:30 p.m. They explained that it was completely unlike Christine to disappear without a word. They mentioned that Christine had a boyfriend, Jose Morales, who was also the father of her 14-month-old daughter, Vanessa. Jose typically visited on weekends, staying from Friday night through Monday morning. But nobody had heard from Christine since Friday, November 29th. This time, when police returned to the Myrtle Avenue apartment, they knew they had to get inside. Officers forced entry into the home. What they found would haunt them forever. Christine Holloway lay in the bathtub, her body naked and lifeless. The scene was immediately secured as a crime scene. The Connecticut State Police Central District Major Crimes Unit was called in, along with the FBI. But there was another urgent matter. Christine's baby daughter, Vanessa, was nowhere to be found. This was now a dual investigation, a homicide and a missing child case. Lieutenant Patrick Lynch addressed the media the following day. His face grave. Our main focus at the moment is finding Vanessa Morales and making sure she's safe, he said. But even as he spoke, investigators were beginning to piece together a horrifying timeline of events. The medical examiner's report, completed on December 4th, revealed the brutal nature of Christine's death. She had been struck in the head at least 8 times with a blunt instrument. The blows had caused severe skull fractures and catastrophic trauma. The cause of death was officially ruled homicide by blunt force trauma. Christine had been beaten to death, and her killer had spent considerable time covering up the crime. As detectives worked the scene, they began to focus on Jose Morales, Christine's boyfriend and Vanessa's father. Jose was 43 years old, living primarily in New Haven with his parents, while maintaining a relationship with Christine and Ansonia. On the surface, they appeared to be a family unit. Jose, Christine, and baby Vanessa. They had spent Thanksgiving weekend together just days before Christine's murder, celebrating with both families. But beneath that surface, investigators would discover a much darker reality. On December 3rd, just hours after Christine's body was discovered, police executed a search warrant at Jose Morales' New Haven residence. His stepfather, Marcos Garcia, allowed officers into the home. During the search, they discovered 2 stun guns. Because Morales was a convicted felon, possession of these weapons was illegal. He was immediately arrested and held on a $250,000 bond. Not for Christine's murder, not yet, but for weapons violations. When officers informed Marcos, his wife Lydia, and Jose that Christine had been murdered, their reactions were telling. Marcos and Lydia were devastated, breaking down in shock and grief. Jose, however, showed remarkably little emotion. His stepfather would later recall being immediately suspicious of Jose's flat, detached response to news that should have shattered him. A silver alert was initially issued for Vanessa, because investigators didn't have enough information to issue an amber alert. They had no description of a vehicle, no suspect officially named, no known destination. But on December 4th, as the investigation intensified and evidence mounted, an amber alert was finally issued for the missing toddler. Then came a discovery that would prove crucial to the case. On December 5th, Mary Tetbach, the facility director at Community Crusade for Children, a local charity organization, called police with disturbing news. Items had been collected from one of their donation bins that appeared to be stained with blood. More alarmingly, many of these items belonged to a young child. When police arrived at the charity's warehouse, they found a grim collection: a diaper genie pail, a boppy baby pillow, baby clothes in size 12 months, a toy radio, blocks, and other toys. There was a towel that had what appeared to be blood, along with skin and hair attached to it. Additional items included paperwork and mail addressed to Christine Holloway, a pink baby croc shoe for the left foot, trash bags full of rags soaked with what looked like blood, and adult clothing also stained with what appeared to be blood. Officers returned to Christine's apartment and conducted a more thorough search. In the apartment, they found the matching bright pink baby croc shoe. Someone had systematically removed evidence from the crime scene and disposed of it in a charity donation bin. That someone, investigators believed, was Jose Morales. Throughout the early days of the investigation, Jose maintained his innocence. He told police varying stories about his whereabouts that weekend. Initially, he claimed he and Christine weren't close, that they were just acquaintances. Then he changed his story, saying he hadn't seen Christine on Monday morning, but had called her instead. However, there was no record of this phone call on his phone. His alibis began to crumble under scrutiny. He told police he was with a friend named Hector during the weekend. Christine was killed, but later in an interview he admitted, "I FaceTimed you from Hector's house to make you believe I was with her. Did you see anything in the background? You saw my face. I was making you believe I was with Christine." Surveillance footage would prove even more damaging. Video showed Morales' vehicle leaving 6 Youth Myrtle Avenue on the morning of December 1st, the same morning Christine was likely killed. His stepfather told police that Jose had come home on Monday, December 2nd, around 1 p.m., contradicting Jose's claims about his timeline. On December 17, 2019, Jose Morales was officially named as a suspect in both Christine Holloway's death and the disappearance of Vanessa Morales. 2 months later, on February 7, 2020, he was formally charged with murder and tampering with evidence. When he appeared in court on February 18, 2020, Jose Morales pleaded not guilty. His defense strategy would prove to be as shocking as the crime itself. The case moved slowly through the justice system, delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the complexity of the investigation. Meanwhile, the search for Vanessa continued. Tips came in from across the country. In January 2020, a girl resembling Vanessa was spotted in Bridgeport, Connecticut. In January 2021, another possible sighting occurred in San Diego. Neither turned out to be the missing child. Ansonia Police Lieutenant Patrick Lynch expressed the frustration felt by everyone involved. "We have no idea what happened to her. It's something that we're trying to find out, trying to get information from anyone that may know something." The FBI offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to Vanessa's recovery. Christine's family refused to give up hope. Jody Jacob Ellis, Christine's sister-in-law, became a vocal advocate for both justice for Christine and the safe return of Vanessa. "We are shattered," she said in one interview. "We're looking every single day for her. And we're not going to give up until she's home, until she's back home with us." The years passed. Vanessa's first birthday without her mother came and went. Then her second, then her third. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released age-progressed photos showing what Vanessa might look like as she grew older. In September 2022, she turned 4 years old somewhere. But where? Finally, in April 2025, more than 5 years after Christine's murder, Jose Morales' trial began in Milford Superior Court before Judge Shuriya Murphy. The prosecution, led by Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney Howard S. Stein, prepared to present their case. That Jose Morales had brutally murdered Christine Holloway in the early morning hours of December 1st, 2019. And then spent the next 37 hours methodically cleaning up the crime scene and disposing of evidence before finally fleeing, leaving Christine's naked body in the bathtub. The trial would last 2 weeks and include nearly 200 pieces of evidence. The jury would see graphic crime scene photos showing Christine's devastating injuries. They would hear testimony from medical examiner Dr. Eric Hayes, who described the extensive blunt force trauma to Christine's head. They would see surveillance footage of Morales at gas stations, wearing different clothes than he claimed to be wearing. They would hear about the bloody items found in the donation bin, items that DNA testing linked to Christine. But perhaps the most dramatic moments came when Jose Morales himself took the stand. For the first time, Morales told his version of events publicly. He described meeting Christine on a dating app toward the end of 2016. Their relationship had developed over 3 years. He spent weeknights in New Haven with his parents, and weekends in Ansonia with Christine and Vanessa. Just days before the murder, they had spent Thanksgiving weekend together, visiting both families and buying a car for his parents. Then came the night of November 29th, 2019. Morales testified that he went to visit a friend and smoked what he thought was marijuana. It turned out to be PCP, also known as angel dust, a powerful hallucinogenic drug. His friend left him with more PCP, which Morales claimed he smoked the next night while at Christine's apartment. According to Morales' testimony, what happened next was like something out of a nightmare. He heard screams and sounds of a struggle. Through his PCP-induced haze, he said he saw a man inside the apartment repeatedly hitting Christine with a crowbar. He was too impaired by the drug to help, he claimed. Another man, he said, took Vanessa. One of the intruders allegedly threatened him. If he called police, Vanessa would suffer the same fate as Christine. This is 10 minutes, not even, from when I smoked the PCP. Morales told the jury, "I went inside the apartment. I tried to look for Vanessa everywhere. The car seat was gone." Morales' story, dramatic as it was, faced immediate skepticism. The prosecution had a devastating question. Why would you believe that home invaders that committed murder and kidnapped a child would leave behind a living witness? How does that make sense? The defense acknowledged the strangeness of Morales' account, but pointed to the 911 call he had made on December 1st. the day before Christine's body was discovered. Who calls 911 before committing a homicide? No one. Defense attorney Edward Gavin argued. On that call, Officer Jacqueline Tresser testified. She heard a woman's voice in the background that sounded like it said, "Stop, hang up. Who are you calling?" That woman, the defense argued, was Christine alive during the 911 call. But then Morales had to explain what he did after Christine was killed. This is where his testimony became truly disturbing. He admitted that he stayed in the apartment with Christine's body for over a day. He saw his own bloody footprints on a rug. He moved Christine's body to the bathtub. He used buckets and towels to clean up blood, pouring the bloody water down the garbage disposal. He left the apartment multiple times to buy cigars at gas stations, to smoke more PCP, to dispose of the bloodied items in donation bins. "I want to ask you," Prosecutor Stein said during cross-examination, "each and every time that you left this apartment over those next 30-some-odd hours, did you just have to step over her?" Morales confirmed that Christine's body lay near the apartment's front door from approximately 2:11 a.m. until sometime between 9:11 a.m. and 1:11 p.m. Before moving her, he had taken a nap. Then he woke up and left to drive around and smoke more PC. The prosecutor showed Morales a graphic image of Christine's face after death, her features destroyed by the brutal beating. "Why didn't you attempt to perform CPR on Christine Holloway?" Stein asked. "You see the picture?" Morales responded, pointing forward. "Can you do CPR on that?" Stein also revealed troubling aspects of Christine and Jose's relationship. Text messages showed Morales to be controlling and verbally abusive. He had called Christine a pig. He frequently accused her of being unfaithful, though she repeatedly assured him of her love and loyalty. Prosecutors suggested that Morales was an abusive partner who didn't adequately provide for his child. During his testimony, Morales also revealed a bizarre detail about his behavior while Christine lay dead in the apartment. He complained about noise coming from the garage below, where the landlord operated a woodworking shop. Morales said the noise annoyed him and prevented Vanessa from sleeping, so he had banged on the floor to make the landlord stop. Christine Holloway is dead in that apartment. You are cleaning up a gruesome crime scene, and you're concerned about the noise coming from the garage downstairs?" Stein asked incredulously. The prosecutor also pointed out inconsistencies in Morales' story. He claimed he never changed clothes between Christine's death on December 1st and his police interview on December 3rd. But surveillance footage from a gas station showed him wearing completely different clothes than what police had seized during that interview. Perhaps most damning, Morales didn't tell police about the supposed intruders for almost 2 weeks, despite being interviewed multiple times during that period. When asked why, he claimed he didn't remember his initial interviews. The defense brought in a clinical psychologist to testify about the effects of PCP, how it could cause memory loss, impaired judgment, and disorientation. But under cross-examination, the prosecution challenged the psychologist's credentials and pointed out that Morales' methodical cleanup didn't seem consistent with someone so impaired. They couldn't function. The defendant's actions after Holloway was killed show he was cognitively functioning and not significantly disrupted by PCP. The prosecution argued. After 2 weeks of testimony, closing arguments were held. The prosecution emphasized the forensic evidence, the systematic cover-up, and the implausibility of Morales' story. The defense argued that the state hadn't proven specific intent to kill and that Morales' drug use had altered his mental state. On Monday, April 21st, 2025, the jury began deliberations. They discussed the case for about 20 minutes before being dismissed for the day. On Tuesday morning, April 22nd, they resumed. Less than 2 hours later, they had reached their verdict. Jose Morales sat stoic as the jury foreman stood. His eyes closed briefly before the words were spoken. Guilty. Guilty of murder. Guilty of tampering with physical evidence. The 6 men and 6 women on the jury had decisively rejected Morales' story. After hearing all the evidence, they concluded that he and only he had killed Christine Holloway, and then spent 37 hours trying to hide what he had done. Christine's family linked arms and held hands, tears streaming down their faces. For them, it was the beginning of justice, more than 5 years in the making. On behalf of the Holloway family, I want to thank the jury in this case for the time, the effort they took from their personal lives to sit through this trial. Prosecutor Stein said afterward, "You all were there. You saw how difficult this material was to process. And these people stepped up, sacrificed their own time to fulfill this important civic function. The family is thankful to them for reaching these verdicts. As Morales was led from the courtroom in handcuffs, one of Christine's relatives yelled after him, "Where's Vanessa, scumbag?" He didn't answer. He never has. On July 14, 2025, Jose Morales returned to court for sentencing. Christine's family filled the courtroom, many wearing white t-shirts bearing Christine's image on the front and baby Vanessa's on the back. They had prepared victim impact statements, words they had been holding inside for more than 5 years. Christine's mother, speaking through her son who read her statement, said, "I couldn't believe my daughter was dead and my granddaughter was missing. I had to stop going to work and just try to go on to accept what happened." She asked for the maximum sentence, noting that she had already received the maximum sentence by not knowing where Vanessa is. Anna Rondonsky, Christine's aunt, told the court, "What was done to my niece, Christine Holloway, is unforgivable and disgusting, and that monster continues to lie." She added, "And then I realized he's not a human being, he's nothing but a monster." The defense attorney, Edward Gavin, made a final plea. "It's an extraordinarily difficult case. It shows the ills of PCP and drug use in our society." But Judge Shuri Murphy was unmoved. She had reviewed all the evidence, heard all the testimony, and seen the crime scene photos. Before pronouncing sentence, she addressed Morales directly. "Mr. Morales, you are a dangerous person, a significant threat to society, and you need to be removed from the community for a substantial period of time," Judge Murphy said. She called the crime vicious, and noted that Morales had shown a careless indifference to human life. The sentence, 60 years in prison for murder, plus 5 consecutive years for tampering with evidence. A total of 65 years. Jose Morales, who was 48 years old at sentencing, will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. It is the hope of the Ansonia Milford State's Attorney's Office that the family and friends of Christine Holloway receive some measure of justice with this disposition today. State's Attorney Margaret E. Kelly said in a statement following the sentencing. But even as justice was served for Christine, one crucial question remained unanswered. Where is Vanessa Morales? The investigation into her disappearance continues to this day. Ansonia Police Lieutenant Patrick Lynch spoke after the trial, expressing both relief at the conviction and determination to find Vanessa. "In my 35 years, this is probably the biggest, most complex investigation that the police department's undertaken," he said. "We have the first piece resolved. Now we're hoping to try and get the second piece resolved." The search for Vanessa has been exhaustive. It has spanned Connecticut, expanded across the United States, and even reached into other countries. Police have followed every lead, chased every tip, investigated every possible sighting. But Vanessa Morales, who would now be approximately 7 years old, remains missing. Christine's family has vowed never to give up. Jody Jacobellis, who has become the family's voice in the search for Vanessa, regularly posts updates on social media. Age-progressed photos of Vanessa are shared widely, showing what she might look like as she grows older. Now that this portion of our lives is done, we now can focus more on bringing home Vanessa to us again. Jacobellis wrote after Morales' conviction. The family posts constantly on social media platforms, pleading for the public's help. "We are constantly posting on all social media platforms for the public's help. Please continue sharing Vanessa's new aged progression photo," Jacobellis said. Vanessa will turn 7 years old on September 7th. Ansonia police have stated that whoever provides information leading to Vanessa's return will not face charges. They have assured the public that their sole focus is bringing the child home safely. After Morales' sentencing, detectives began the painstaking process of reviewing all the trial transcripts, hoping that something said during the 2-week trial might provide a new lead. The question haunts everyone involved. What happened to Vanessa Morales? Did Jose Morales harm his own daughter? Did he hide her body somewhere, a location he has never revealed? Or could his story about intruders kidnapping Vanessa contain some grain of truth? Could Vanessa somehow still be alive, living somewhere under a different name, unaware of who she really is? Ansonia Mayor David Cassetti said in 2021 that he believes Vanessa is alive, but Lieutenant Lynch was more cautious. "We have no idea what happened to her. It's something that we're trying to find out." The FBI continues to monitor the case. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children keeps Vanessa's profile active, updating it regularly with age-progressed images. Family members have described Vanessa as the light of our lives, an inseparable companion to her mother before tragedy struck. Christine's obituary painted a picture of a woman whose entire life was dedicated to caring for others. She loved working with babies, had infinite patience, and would do anything for anyone. She was a parishioner at St. Andrew's Church in Bridgeport, where she was a member of the Columbiettes. Above all, she was a loving mother to Vanessa. They were inseparable, until someone violently tore them apart. In the days before her murder, Christine had been living her normal life. She had celebrated Thanksgiving with Jose and his family, as well as her own. They had gone car shopping together. By all external appearances, they were a couple navigating the complexities of a relationship while raising a young child together. But those text messages revealed a darker truth. Morales' controlling behavior, his accusations, his verbal abuse, these were warning signs of a relationship that had turned toxic. And on that December night in 2019, whether in a rage or in cold calculation, Jose Morales took Christine's life with shocking brutality. The medical examiner's findings were unequivocal. Christine had been struck at least 8 times in the head with a blunt instrument. The force was tremendous, causing severe skull fractures. This was not a crime of passion that ended quickly. This was sustained, deliberate violence. And then came the cover-up. 37 hours of it. Morales didn't call for help. He didn't call 911 except for that earlier call when Christine may have still been alive. He didn't alert Christine's family or his own. Instead, he cleaned, he moved the body. He disposed of evidence, he smoked PCP and bought cigars. He drove around town. He banged on the floor to complain about noise from the garage below. All while Christine's body grew cold. And Vanessa was somewhere. But where? The trial revealed the full extent of Morales' deception. When his mother and stepfather questioned him about Christine and Vanessa after police informed them of the murder, he repeatedly said, "I did not know," as his only response. When challenged about his whereabouts, he admitted to fabricating FaceTime calls to make people believe he was with Christine when he wasn't. His story about intruders attacking Christine while he was too impaired on PCP to help simply didn't hold up under scrutiny. As the prosecution pointed out, why would armed intruders who just committed murder and kidnapping leave behind a perfectly healthy adult witness? The answer: they would. The jury saw through Morales' lies. After hearing 2 weeks of testimony and viewing nearly 200 pieces of evidence, they deliberated for less than 4 hours before reaching their verdict. It was, by any measure, a decisive rejection of the defense's case. Now Jose Morales will spend the rest of his life in prison. He will never walk free again. He will never hold another child. He will grow old behind bars, haunted, one hopes, by what he has done. But Christine Holloway will never grow old. She will forever be 43, frozen in time at the moment. Her life was stolen from her. She will never see Vanessa grow up, start school, make friends, experience life. All of that was taken from both of them. And Vanessa, wherever she is, has been robbed of her mother, her childhood, her family, and potentially her very identity. If she is alive, does she remember Christine? Does she know she has a family desperately searching for her? Does she look at age-progressed photos of herself and wonder about the little girl in the picture? The Ansonia Police Department continues its investigation, following every lead no matter how small. They ask anyone with information about Vanessa Morales to come forward. There is still a reward available. The department has made clear they will not give up until they find answers. While the conviction of Jose Morales closes one part of this case, we continue to investigate the disappearance of Vanessa Morales. Chief Andrew Cota stated after the verdict, "This case represents both the best and worst of humanity. The worst, that a man could brutally murder the mother of his child and potentially harm that child as well. The best, that a community, a police force, and a family could refuse to give up hope, fight for justice, and continue searching for a missing child 5 years after her disappearance." Christine's family has shown remarkable strength and resilience. They have transformed their grief into action, keeping Christine's memory alive and Vanessa's case in the public eye. They have spoken at press conferences, given interviews, posted on social media, and attended every court hearing. Their love for Christine and Vanessa has never wavered. "We need her back," Danielle Holloway, Christine's sister-in-law, said in an interview. "She's the light of our lives. I miss her every single day." The case has deeply affected everyone who has touched it. The Ansonia police officers who found Christine's body, the medical examiner who documented her injuries, the prosecutors who built the case against Morales, the jury members who had to view graphic evidence and make a life-altering decision, the judge who had to sentence a man to effectively spend the rest of his life in prison, and most of all, Christine's family, who must live with this loss every single day. What makes this case particularly haunting is its unresolved ending. Yes, justice was served for Christine's murder. Yes, her killer is behind bars. But the central mystery remains. What happened to Vanessa Morales? Until that question is answered, this case cannot truly be closed. Until Vanessa is found dead or alive, her family cannot fully heal. The not knowing is perhaps the cruelest punishment of all. As darkness falls and we prepare for sleep, we think about Vanessa, somewhere out there, a little girl who should be 7 years old, maybe wondering about her past, or she may be in a place where wondering is no longer possible. We think about Christine, whose life was dedicated to nurturing children, whose patience was legendary, whose love for her daughter was boundless. She deserved to watch Vanessa grow up. She deserved to see her daughter's first day of school, her lost teeth, her birthday parties. She deserved to grow old, to become a grandmother, to live a full life. We think about all the lives touched by this tragedy. The family members who wear Christine and Vanessa's faces on their shirts. The police officers who won't give up the search. The prosecutors who fought for justice. The community that came together to support the Holloway family. And we think about the lesson in this story, that behind every true crime case are real people. People who loved and were loved. People whose lives had value and meaning. People whose absence leaves a hole that can never truly be filled. Christine Holloway was more than a murder victim. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a friend, a parishioner, a colleague, and above all, a mother. She was the first in her family to graduate from college. She loved working with babies. She had infinite patience. She would do anything for anyone. Vanessa Morales is more than a missing child case number. She is a daughter, a granddaughter, a niece, a cousin. She loved her mother. She was inseparable from Christine. She deserves to be found, to be brought home, to know that her family never stopped looking for her. Jose Morales is more than a convicted murderer. He is a man who made choices. Choices that destroyed multiple lives. Choices that left a wake of grief and unanswered questions. Choices that he will pay for every day for the rest of his life. As we close our eyes tonight, we remember Christine Holloway, whose life mattered. We remember Vanessa Morales, whose fate remains unknown. We remember that justice, while sometimes slow, can prevail, and we hold on to hope. Hope that one day the mystery of Vanessa's disappearance will be solved. That one day the Holloway family will have the answers they so desperately seek. The story of Christine Holloway and Vanessa Morales is not just a true crime case. It is a reminder of the fragility of life, the importance of vigilance in the face of abuse, and the unbreakable bonds of family love. It is a testament to the dedication of law enforcement officers who work tirelessly to solve the unsolvable and find the unfindable. And it is a call to action for all of us. To be aware of those around us, to recognize warning signs of domestic violence, to speak up when something doesn't seem right, and to never give up hope that missing loved ones can be found. Christine Holloway's voice was silenced on December 1st, 2019. But through the efforts of her family, the dedication of investigators, and the verdict of 12 jurors, her story has been told. Her killer has been held accountable. Justice, imperfect as it may be, has been served. Now we wait. We wait for the day when Vanessa Morales' story can be told completely. We wait for the day when the missing piece of this tragic puzzle is finally found. We wait for the day when Christine's family can have the closure they so richly deserve. Until then, Vanessa's face appears on missing children websites. Her age-progressed photos are shared on social media. Tips are followed up on, no matter how unlikely. The search continues, day after day, month after month, year after year. If you have any information about the disappearance of Vanessa Morales, please contact the Ansonia Police Department at 203-735 or the FBI tip line at 2035. Remember Vanessa's name. Remember her face. Remember that somewhere a little girl is missing and a family is waiting for her to come home. As you drift off to sleep tonight, hold your loved ones a little closer. Appreciate the ordinary moments that make up a life. And say a small prayer or send a positive thought for Vanessa Morales. That wherever she is safe, and that someday, somehow, she will be found. Please, if you're still awake, drop a candle. I want to see who's still with me. Also, don't forget to tell me where you're listening from, the time in your corner of the world, and maybe share one thing you've learned from tonight's stories. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. In the quiet suburbs of Hudson, Ohio, where tree-lined streets cradle modest homes and neighbors wave to one another from front porches, there exists a particular kind of American tranquility. It's the sort of place where children ride bicycles down sidewalks until the streetlights flicker on, where autumn leaves gather in careful piles, and where the most excitement usually comes from high school football games on Friday nights. Hudson is a city of order and routine, of morning coffees at familiar cafes and evening walks past well-maintained lawns. But on April 19, 2023, that tranquility shattered in ways the community never expected. This is the story of Todd Morgan, a beloved professor, devoted father, and a man whose life intersected with darkness in the most unexpected way. Todd Allen Morgan was born on May 19, 1981 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, to parents Cecil and Sandra Dinges. From his earliest days, Todd possessed that particular combination of intelligence and restlessness that marks those destined for interesting lives. His mother would later describe him as adventurous and strong-willed, a boy who approached the world with curiosity and determination in equal measure. Young Todd didn't follow a conventional path. While many of his peers mapped out straight lines from high school to college to career, Todd wandered, explored, and discovered. He moved to California not once but twice, living on the famous Hollywood Boulevard at one point, working in a shoe store while soaking in the energy of Los Angeles. He spent time in Traverse City, Michigan, working at Milliken's department store. These weren't just jobs to pass the time. They were chapters in the education of a young man, learning about people, about commerce, about the intricate ways that businesses connect with their customers. But eventually, the call of formal education became too strong to resist. Todd set his sights on Cleveland State University, the institution that would shape his life in more ways than one. In 2005, he earned his bachelor's degree in business administration. But Todd wasn't finished. Just 1 year later, in 2006, he completed his master's degree in the same field. These weren't just credentials to him. They represented a profound appreciation for the professors who had guided him, who had sparked something within him that would eventually draw him back to teaching. Todd's career in the corporate world began with Unilever, where he worked as an account executive. Later, he became a senior marketing analyst and data modeler for Amerimark. He was good at what he did, applying his keen analytical mind to understanding consumer behavior and market trends. But something was missing. The world of business strategy and product development fascinated him on an intellectual level, but he wanted to pass that knowledge on, to inspire in others what his professors had inspired in him. In 2015, Todd achieved what he had been working toward for years. He earned his PhD in business administration from Kent State University, focusing on strategy and entrepreneurship. His doctoral work wasn't abstract or theoretical for its own sake. Todd was interested in real-world applications, in how businesses developed new products, how innovation happened, and how firms created competitive advantages in crowded markets. His research focused particularly on small to medium-sized enterprises, those companies that form the backbone of the American economy, but often lack the resources of larger corporations. Armed with his doctorate, Todd began his teaching career. He accepted a position as an assistant professor at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, then moved to the Haworth College of Business at Western Michigan University. By all accounts, he was exceptional at what he did. Students appreciated his down-to-earth demeanor, his ability to make complex business concepts accessible and interesting. He wasn't the kind of professor who hid behind jargon or talked down to his students. He met them where they were, remembered what it was like to be confused and overwhelmed, and guided them with patience and genuine care. Then, in 2021, an opportunity arose that Todd couldn't pass up. Cleveland State University, his alma mater, the place where his love of business education had first taken root, offered him a position as an assistant professor in the Department of Management at the Manamahuja College of Business. For Todd, this was more than just another job. It was coming home. In interviews given shortly after joining the CSU faculty, Todd spoke with genuine emotion about what the university meant to him. He was grateful for the education he had received there, grateful for the professors who had shaped his career trajectory. He wanted to have the same impact on the next generation of business students. Those who knew him say he succeeded beyond measure. Students who took his classes spoke of him with affection and respect. On websites where students anonymously rate their professors, Todd received perfect scores. Comments described him as caring, inspirational, and hilarious. One student wrote that he was more than a great professor, but a great person all around. Someone they could talk to about anything in life, not just classroom material. Another noted that at the time of his passing, they were currently enrolled in his class and considered him the best professor they'd ever had. His colleagues echoed these sentiments. President Laura Bloomberg of Cleveland State described Todd as a kind and dedicated colleague, a skilled educator who was well-liked and respected throughout the university community. His research continued to flourish. He published papers on corporate venture capital, entrepreneurial orientation, and innovation strategies. He was earning recognition in his field, receiving tenure and research awards, building the kind of career that academics dream of. But perhaps most importantly, Todd was a father. He had 2 children, a son named Aaron and a daughter named Cecilia, often called CC. His obituary would later state that all who knew Todd could attest to his fierce love of his family. Being a father wasn't just one aspect of Todd's life, it was the center of it. Nothing brought him greater joy than time spent with his children. He was committed to ensuring they had everything they needed, not just materially, but emotionally and spiritually. His world revolved around them, and theirs around him. In early 2023, Todd Morgan was 41 years old. He was living in a home on West Streetsboro Street in Hudson, a pleasant neighborhood where crime was virtually non-existent. He was successful in his career, devoted to his children, and respected by everyone who knew him. His life had the comfortable rhythm of routine, teaching his classes, conducting his research, attending his children's activities, planning for their futures. He had no way of knowing that his life was about to intersect with someone whose presence would end everything he had built. In April of 2023, Todd Morgan, like millions of Americans, was navigating the complicated landscape of modern dating. He had experienced a previous marriage to Therese Reagan that lasted 10 years, during which he had become a stepfather to her son Aiden and welcomed his own son Aaron. That relationship had ended, but Todd remained committed to being present in his children's lives. Dating in your 40s, especially as a single parent with a demanding career, isn't easy. The old methods of meeting people through friends or chance encounters at social gatherings had largely been replaced by apps and algorithms. So Todd, like so many others, turned to Bumble, one of the popular dating applications that promises to connect people looking for relationships. On Bumble, Todd's profile painted the picture of who he was. An educated professional, a professor, someone interested in meaningful conversation. The app's interface is simple. You scroll through profiles, looking at photos and brief biographical details. If you're interested, you swipe right. If the other person has also swiped right on you, it's a match, and you can begin chatting. At some point in early to mid-April 2023, Todd matched with a woman named Tariana Pashkal. She was 31 years old at the time, living in Cleveland. What Todd saw in her profile appealed to him enough to initiate contact. Or perhaps she initiated contact with him. The specifics of those early digital conversations are lost to us, but we know they occurred. Tariana Pashkal was not who she appeared to be. Court documents would later reveal that she worked as a prostitute, with messages found during the investigation, hinting at her fees for services. But whether Todd knew this initially is unclear. What is clear is that over the course of a few days, they exchanged messages through the Bumble app. The conversations apparently went well enough that plans were made for an in-person meeting. On April 18, 2023, the day before the murder, digital records show that Tariana Pashkal was busy online. She searched for Todd Morgan's profile, looked at his photos, studied his information. She also searched for images of his house, the residence on West Streetsboro Street in Hudson. These searches paint a picture of someone planning, someone gathering information with purpose. That evening, Todd made what his mother would later call a fatal mistake. He invited Tariana Pashkal to his home. According to prosecutors, they mutually agreed to meet. Todd opened his door to her, He let her inside. There was nothing in their brief digital interaction that would have led him to suspect anything was going to go wrong. Phone records would later place Pascal at Morgan's home shortly after midnight on April 19th. We can imagine the scene, though we'll never know the full truth of what transpired. A late-night visit, perhaps conversation, wine bottles, would later be found at the scene. Maybe music playing softly in the background. On the surface, it might have seemed like an ordinary late-night encounter between two adults who had connected through a dating app. At 7:04 a.m., Todd sent Teriana $50 through Cash App, a digital payment service. Investigators would later discover this transaction. The exact reason for this payment remained unclear, though given what court documents later revealed about Pascal's occupation, it can be inferred. Then, just minutes after that payment was sent, neighbors heard something that shattered the morning quiet. Gunshots. Multiple gunshots. Loud and unmistakable, echoing through a neighborhood where such sounds were almost unimaginable. At approximately the same time as those gunshots rang out, something else happened. A 911 call came in from Teriana Pascal's cell phone, but no one spoke. It was what dispatchers call a hang-up call. The dispatcher tried calling back, leaving a message on Pascal's voicemail. "Hello, this is the Hudson Police Department. Your cell phone just called 911, calling to make sure there's no problems. Please call us back." No one called back. Meanwhile, neighbors were processing what they had heard. In Hudson, Ohio, gunshots are rare enough to be alarming. Some residents looked out their windows. Ring doorbell cameras, those ubiquitous security devices that have become informal witnesses to so much of modern crime, captured images of a light-colored vehicle in Todd Morgan's driveway. They captured something else too, a woman carrying a box entering the house earlier, and later leaving through the back door. Inside the house on West Streetsboro Street, Todd Morgan lay dead in a pool of his own blood. He had been shot 7 times. A medical examiner would later determine that he sustained gunshot wounds to both his head and torso. The scene was chaotic. Shell casings were scattered around the interior. Wine bottles sat on surfaces, remnants of what might have been an evening that started in a very different way. There was evidence that Pascal had been in Morgan's bedroom, and then there were the bloody footprints. They tracked from inside the house, out through the back door, onto the deck. Whoever left those prints had walked through Todd Morgan's blood as they departed, but Todd's body wouldn't be discovered for many more hours. The sun rose on April 19th, 2023, and Hudson went about its business, unaware that one of its residents lay dead in his home. Todd had plans that day. He had responsibilities. Most importantly, he was supposed to pick up his daughter from school. When Todd didn't show up, someone became concerned enough to ask the police to conduct a welfare check. Around 7:00 p.m. that evening, nearly 12 hours after the murder, Hudson police officers arrived at the residence on West Streetsboro Street. Body camera footage from that night, later released to the media, shows officers approaching the house. They knock on the door. No answer. One officer peers through a front window while another tries the door. Then one of them sees something that makes his blood run cold. "He's down," an officer says. "I see someone down." They can see through the window into the home, a person lying motionless on the floor. The officer immediately radios for EMS units. But it's clear from the scene that emergency medical services won't be able to help. When officers enter the house, they find Todd Morgan exactly where he fell. The gunshot wounds are obvious. The massive amount of blood makes it clear he's been dead for hours. The scene tells a story, if you know how to read it. The shell casings indicate multiple shots fired from a handgun. The positioning of Todd's body, the blood spatter patterns, the evidence scattered throughout the house. All of it speaks to a violent, sudden end. Hudson Police Chief Perry Tabak arrived at the scene. For a small community like Hudson, a murder investigation of this magnitude was unprecedented. The police department immediately began treating this as what it clearly was, a homicide. But they also wanted to reassure the community. Chief Tabak made a statement to the press. "Through my department's investigation, we determined that this was an isolated incident." That phrase, isolated incident, is police speak for, the community isn't in danger from a random killer. Whatever happened here, it was specific to this victim and this perpetrator. But who was the perpetrator? That was the question that would consume the Hudson Police Department for the next 5 weeks. When Cleveland State University learned that one of their professors had been murdered, the news sent shockwaves through the campus community. President Laura Bloomberg sent an email to the entire university community, breaking the difficult news that Dr. Todd Morgan had been killed at his home. She offered campus resources for counseling and support, knowing that students and faculty would be struggling with the loss. Students were devastated. Social media filled with tributes to Professor Morgan. Former students shared stories of how he had impacted their lives, how he had been more than just an instructor but a mentor and friend. The management department he worked in mourned deeply. This wasn't just the loss of a colleague. It was the loss of someone who had been genuinely beloved. But while the Cleveland State community grieved, the Hudson Police Department was methodically building a case. They had a crime scene rich with physical evidence, but they needed to connect that evidence to a suspect. The Ring doorbell cameras from neighbors became crucial. They had captured that light-colored vehicle in Todd's driveway. They had captured images of a woman with long, dark hair. Investigators began the painstaking work of trying to identify this person. The bloody footprints on the back deck were photographed and measured. They appeared to be from a woman's shoe. Crime scene technicians collected the shell casings for ballistics testing. They would need to find the gun that fired those bullets to make a match, but the casings themselves could provide valuable information about the type of weapon used. Then investigators found something interesting at the scene. 2 burned mild cigars. These weren't expensive cigars or cigarettes. They were the kind of mild cigars you might buy at a convenience store, but they would prove to be extraordinarily important. DNA testing on those cigar stubs would eventually link them to Tariana Paschal, but investigators didn't have her name yet. They had DNA, but they needed a suspect to compare it to. The breakthrough began with Todd Morgan's cell phone, or rather the lack of it. Investigators discovered that Todd's phone was missing from the scene. In a murder investigation, a victim's phone is often gold for investigators. It contains calls, texts, app usage, location data, a digital diary of the victim's final hours and days. But Todd's phone was gone. This was significant for 2 reasons. First, it suggested this wasn't a crime of sudden passion, but rather that the killer had taken time after the murder to collect the phone. Second, if they could find that phone or track its digital signature, they might be able to track the killer. Investigators worked with phone companies and app developers to access Todd's digital records. They discovered his activity on Bumble. They found his matches, his conversations. And there in those digital records was Tariana Paschal. The investigative team built a timeline. Todd and Tariana had matched on Bumble. They had chatted for a few days. They had agreed to meet. Phone records showed Tariana's phone was at Todd's house in the early morning hours of April 19th. And that's when investigators caught a break. Tariana Paschal's phone had made that accidental 911 call right around the time of the murder. This was likely a pocket dial, the phone's emergency feature being triggered accidentally. But it gave investigators something crucial, confirmation that her phone was at the scene at the time of the killing. But there was more. Investigators tracked Todd Morgan's missing phone. Cell tower data showed it leaving Hudson, traveling along the highway toward Macedonia, a nearby city, and then the phone's signal went dead. Further investigation revealed that someone had discarded the phone along the highway in Macedonia. The same phone records that placed Tariana Paschal at Todd's house during the murder also showed her traveling along that same route shortly afterward, at the exact time Todd's phone was moving before its signal ceased. Detectives obtained a warrant for Tariana Paschal's phone records and computer usage. What they found was remarkable and chilling. In the days immediately following Todd Morgan's murder, Paschal conducted daily searches for information about the case. She searched Fox 8 News and other local media websites obsessively, looking for updates about the investigation. She Googled her own name more than 40 times. She searched for information about how police trace phones and computer records. She looked up what information Apple shares with law enforcement authorities. This pattern of behavior, this digital surveillance of one's own crime, is not uncommon. Criminals often can't help but monitor the investigation into their own actions, driven by a mixture of fear and fascination. But it also leaves a trail. Investigators also scoured Tariana Paschal's social media accounts. There they found something that connected back to the crime scene. A photo of Paschal with a mild cigar burning in an ashtray next to her. It was the same type of cigar found at Todd Morgan's house. Combined with the DNA evidence from those cigars, It was another piece of the puzzle falling into place. 5 weeks after Todd Morgan's murder, on May 27th, 2023, investigators had built their case. They obtained a warrant for Tariana Pascal's arrest. She was located at an apartment in Akron, not far from Cleveland. When police arrived to take her into custody, she didn't run or resist. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The phone records, the DNA, the ballistics evidence, the digital searches, the timeline that placed her at Todd's house at the time of the murder. Tariana Pascal was arrested and charged with aggravated murder with a gun specification, a special felony, and tampering with evidence. She was taken to Summit County Jail, where bond was set at $2 million. She pleaded not guilty and prepared for what would be a lengthy legal process. As the case moved through the legal system, the people who loved Todd Morgan struggled to make sense of what had happened. His mother, Sandra Morgan, found herself in that terrible position of being a grieving parent, trying to understand why her son had been taken from her in such a violent way. Todd's children, Aaron and Cecilia, were now without their father, the man who had loved them fiercely, who had made them the center of his world, who had been planning for their futures and savoring every moment with them. He was gone. They would have to grow up with the knowledge that their father had been murdered, that he had been taken from them when they needed him most. The Cleveland State community continued to mourn. Todd's colleagues struggled with the loss of a gifted educator and kind friend. His students, many of whom had just been in his classes weeks before his death, tried to process the fact that their professor, the man who had made business concepts come alive and who had cared about them as individuals, was never coming back. The case slowly made its way toward trial. Prosecutors built their case, piling evidence upon evidence. The defense tried to find weaknesses, angles that might create reasonable doubt, but the evidence was substantial. DNA doesn't lie. Phone records don't lie. The digital trail Tariana Pascal had left was damning. Then on September 18th, 2024, the day before trial was set to begin, something happened that surprised some observers. Tariana Pascal, who had maintained her not guilty plea for over a year, changed course. She accepted a plea deal. She would plead guilty to aggravated murder with a firearm specification in exchange for the prosecution dropping the other charges. Why did she accept the plea? Only she knows for certain. Perhaps her attorneys made it clear that the evidence against her was insurmountable. Perhaps she wanted to avoid the trauma of a public trial where every detail would be exposed. Perhaps, as the prosecutor later suggested, there was something about the crime that even she didn't want publicly revealed. The plea meant that Pascal would receive a sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole after 23 years. She would be placed on the state's violent offender registry. At 32 years old, if she served a minimum sentence, she wouldn't be eligible for parole until she was 55. On September 19, 2024, Tariana Pascal stood in a Summit County courtroom for her sentencing hearing. The courtroom was filled with Todd Morgan's family and friends, people who had loved him and who were still struggling to comprehend his absence from their lives. Judge Allison Breaux presided over the emotional hearing. Before announcing the sentence, she spoke to Todd's family with genuine compassion. "There's nothing that the court can do to make this better, to make this okay, to make this any easier," she said. "I will say that the avoidance of a trial is a benefit to everyone. Because it is an extremely traumatic experience for everyone involved. There would be images and things that you would have to see that you could never unsee." Then came the victim impact statements. This is the moment in court proceedings where those affected by the crime can address the perpetrator directly, can speak their pain and anger and grief into the official record. Todd's mother, Sandra Morgan, stood before the court, holding photos of her son. She spoke for more than 10 minutes, her voice carrying the weight of a mother's unbearable loss. She addressed Pascal directly, and her words were both devastating and powerful. "Todd's not here to tell his story," Sandy Morgan said. "Only God, Todd, and you know the truth of what happened on April 19. All I know is he was brutally murdered by you, and he basically died for nothing. You didn't even know him," she continued, her grief and anger palpable. "Your actions to take my son's life changed my life forever. It's changed all of our lives. Even more so, you took a father from 2 beautiful children. They were his world, and he was theirs." Sandy Morgan spoke of who Todd had been. Fun, energetic, intelligent, strong-willed, An excellent student and an overachiever with great ideas, who was driven to succeed. Even as a young boy, he had been adventurous. She spoke of how he had made mistakes in his life and had always been upset when he did, because he held himself to high standards. However, the evening of April 18th, 2023, "You made a fatal mistake," Sandy said. "And he allowed you in his home. You brutally took his life. The children will never experience their favorite things with Daddy again." She addressed the court, requesting the maximum sentence. She wanted justice for Todd, wanted Pascal to pay dearly for taking her son's life, for the pain she had caused so many people, especially Todd's children. But Sandy Morgan is a woman of faith, and even in her grief and anger, she didn't abandon those principles. "I would like to say I hope you burn in hell, but I can't because I'm a Christian," she told Pascal. "I serve a God of love and a God of justice. I know that it is not God's will for anyone, not even you. What he wants is that you truly repent for this evil act you have committed. I sincerely hope you will find true forgiveness, and only Jesus gives it when we ask." When Tariana Pascal was given the opportunity to speak, her statement was brief. "To his family, I'm very sorry, and I hope that one day you can find it in your hearts to forgive me," she said. The words felt inadequate to those in the courtroom. Sorry doesn't bring back a father. Sorry doesn't undo the trauma inflicted on Todd's children. Sorry doesn't restore what was taken from the Cleveland State community and from everyone who knew and loved Todd Morgan. Judge Broke then pronounced the sentence: life in prison with eligibility for parole. After 23 years, Tariana Pascal was led from the courtroom to begin serving her sentence. She will spend at least 2 decades behind bars, possibly the rest of her life. Summit County Prosecutor Elliot Kolkovich spoke to the media after the sentencing. He explained that while he could have taken the case to trial and sought convictions on additional charges, he and his team made the decision that a life sentence with parole eligibility was a fair and appropriate sentence based on similar cases in their courthouse. He also noted something that stuck with everyone involved in the case. "I think that any time you have a case, there's going to be something that you remember and take with you," Kolkovich said. "And with this one, it's going to be that it was not discovered until he didn't pick up his daughter at school. That detail encapsulates the tragedy. Todd Morgan, always responsible, always present for his children, didn't pick up his daughter. That's how people knew something was terribly wrong. His reliability, his commitment to his children, made his absence immediately noticeable. And by the time police conducted that welfare check, he had been lying dead in his home for approximately 12 hours. The legal case is closed. Tariana Pascal pleaded guilty and is serving her sentence. But many questions remain unanswered, and likely always will. What really happened in Todd Morgan's house in those hours between midnight and 7:04 a.m. on April 19, 2023? What turned what might have been a transactional encounter between 2 adults into a scene of brutal violence? Did something go wrong? Was there an argument? Did Todd say or do something that enraged Pascal? Or was violence always her intention? The digital searches she conducted the day before the murder, looking at Todd's profile, studying his house, suggest premeditation. But premeditation toward what end? One of the most confounding aspects of the case is the lack of an obvious motive. This wasn't a robbery, at least not primarily. While Todd's phone was taken, other valuables in the house were apparently left untouched. There's no evidence that Todd and Pascal knew each other before their Bumble match. No history of conflict between them. The $50 Cash App payments, sent just minutes before the murder, suggests that whatever arrangement they had was proceeding normally up until the very end. Some domestic violence. And true crime experts note that sex workers face elevated risks of violence, and sometimes perpetrate violence themselves in situations where they feel threatened or endangered. But nothing in the evidence suggests Todd Morgan was violent or threatening. He was described by literally everyone who knew him as kind, gentle, down-to-earth. The prosecutors and Pascal's defense attorneys both agreed that avoiding a trial was in everyone's best interest. But that decision also means we'll never hear the evidence presented in full detail in a public courtroom. We'll never hear expert witnesses explain their interpretations of the physical evidence. We'll never hear Pascal's own account of what happened, because by pleading guilty, she avoided having to testify. What happened in the moments leading up until Miss Pascal taking his life? Only Miss Pascal knows, Prosecutor Kolkovich said. That's likely to remain true. Todd Morgan's case highlights something that many people prefer not to think about. The risks inherent in modern dating. The convenience of apps like Bumble, Tinder, Hinge, and countless others has revolutionized how people meet. You can connect with potential partners from your couch, screen profiles, exchange messages, and arrange meetings with remarkable ease. But that ease comes with trade-offs. When you meet someone through traditional means, through friends, at work, at social gatherings, there's a built-in vetting process. Mutual friends can vouch for someone's character. Colleagues have reputations. Even meeting someone at a bar or a coffee shop means others have seen you together. Dating apps remove many of those natural safeguards. You're trusting that the person behind the profile is who they claim to be. You're trusting the algorithm, the photos, the brief biographical information. You're making decisions about your safety based on messages exchanged with a stranger. Todd Morgan was an intelligent, educated man. He was careful and responsible in every other aspect of his life. But like millions of Americans, he participated in the modern dating ecosystem and encountered someone whose intentions were fatally different from what he expected. His case is extreme. The vast majority of dating app encounters don't end in violence. Millions of people use these apps safely every day. Many find meaningful relationships, even marriages. The apps themselves aren't the problem. But Todd's death serves as a reminder to be cautious. Meet in public places first. Tell someone where you're going. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't let politeness or the fear of being rude override your safety concerns. In the end, Todd Morgan's story isn't about how he died. It's about how he lived. He was a man who pursued education passionately, who worked hard to earn his doctorate, and then dedicated himself to passing that knowledge on to others. He was the kind of professor students remembered years later. The one who made a difference not just in their understanding of business concepts, but in how they approached life. He was a devoted father who centered his world around his children. Aaron and Cecilia lost not just a parent but their champion, their biggest supporter, the person who loved them most fiercely in all the world. He was a colleague who brightened the workplace, who was kind and supportive to those around him. He was a friend who could be counted on, who brought energy and humor to every interaction. His research focused on innovation and competitive advantage, on how businesses maximize their effectiveness. He was interested in how organizations succeed, how they overcome challenges, how they build something meaningful and lasting. There's a sad irony in that Todd himself never got the chance to see how lasting his own impact would be. At Cleveland State University, students who never met Todd Morgan now walk past hallways where he once taught. His colleagues think of him when they teach classes he used to lead. His research continues to be cited by others studying business innovation. The university honors his memory, ensuring that his contributions aren't forgotten. In Hudson, the house on West Streetsboro Street stands as a quiet reminder of how quickly life can change, how violence can erupt in the most unexpected places. The neighbors who heard those gunshots that April morning carry that memory with them. The community, once shaken by the murder in their midst, has returned to its rhythm. But the memory of what happened remains. And Todd's children are growing up without their father. They're navigating birthdays and school events and milestones, without the man who should have been there to witness every moment. They're living with the knowledge of how he died, but hopefully also with memories of how he lived, how he loved them, how he made them the center of his universe. All who knew Todd Morgan could attest to his fierce love of his family. His obituary stated, "Nothing brought him greater joy than the time he spent with his family." Gone too soon, Todd will be deeply missed, and his wonderful collection of memories will fondly live on in the hearts of all who knew and loved him. That's perhaps the most important thing to remember. Not the violence that ended his life, but the love and dedication that defined it. The murder of Todd Morgan reminds us of several uncomfortable truths. Life is fragile. Safety is never absolute. The people we invite into our spaces carry their own histories, their own struggles, their own capacity for actions we can't predict. Trust, which is necessary for human connection, always carries an element of risk. But we can't live in fear. We can't let the existence of evil prevent us from pursuing connection, from building relationships, from opening our lives to others. Todd Morgan did nothing wrong by using a dating app or by inviting someone to his home. He was simply living his life, trying to find companionship, engaging with the world in ways that millions of people do every day without incident. The tragedy isn't that he took a risk. The tragedy is that he encountered someone who responded to that trust with violence. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll think about Todd Morgan not as a victim of a senseless crime, but as a person who lived fully, who pursued education with passion, who taught with dedication, who loved his children completely, who made an impact on everyone he encountered. The legal system has done what it can. Tariana Pascal is behind bars and will be for decades, possibly for life. That doesn't bring Todd back. It doesn't heal the wounds his death created, but it does represent society's acknowledgement that what happened was wrong, that Todd Morgan's life had value, and that taking it had consequences. In Grand Rapids, Michigan, where Todd was born, his mother Sandra continues to grieve the son she raised and lost too soon. She carries photos of him, memories of his energy and intelligence and adventurous spirit. She lives with the knowledge that she'll never see him again, never hear his voice, never watch him achieve the things she knew he was capable of. At Cleveland State University, when new students enter the Department of Management, some of them hear stories about Professor Todd Morgan from older students who took his classes. They hear about his teaching style, his sense of humor, his genuine care for his students' success. In that way, he continues to teach, to inspire, even in absence. And in Hudson, Ohio, where tree-lined streets still cradle modest homes and neighbors still wave to one another from front porches, life continues. The tranquility that was shattered on April 19, 2023, has slowly been restored, but the memory remains, etched into the community's collective consciousness. A reminder that tragedy can strike anywhere, that violence doesn't announce itself, that the people we love can be taken from us in an instant. Todd Morgan was 41 years old when he died. He had so much left to give. More classes to teach, more students to inspire, more research to conduct, more memories to create with his children. All of that potential, all of those future moments were stolen in the span of minutes by someone he barely knew. The case is closed. The guilty plea has been entered. The sentence has been pronounced. Tariana Pascal will spend the next 2 decades at minimum behind bars. But for those who love Todd Morgan, there is no closure. Grief doesn't follow legal timelines. Loss doesn't fade just because justice has been served. What remains is memory. What remains is the impact Todd had on the lives he touched. What remains are the lessons he taught, the kindness he showed, the love he gave. What remains is a father's devotion to his children, a teacher's dedication to his students, a colleague's warmth toward his peers. In the quiet moments when Aaron and Cecilia think of their father, may they remember his laughter, his encouragement, his unwavering belief in them. May they remember the way his eyes lit up when he saw them, the way he made them feel like they were the most important people in the world. Because to him they were. In the classrooms at Cleveland State University, may future students benefit from the legacy Todd Morgan left behind, a legacy of accessible teaching, genuine care, and a belief that education has the power to transform lives. And in the hearts of everyone who knew him, may Todd be remembered not for the violence that ended his life, but for the grace and kindness with which he lived it. Rest in peace, Dr. Todd Allen Morgan. May your memory be a blessing to all who carry it. So if you're still awake, I'd like to know which of tonight's stories gave you chills the most. Was it the first story, the second, or the third? Meanwhile, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. On a cold November afternoon in 2003, the Columbia Mall in Grand Forks, North Dakota, bustled with weekend shoppers preparing for the approaching holiday season. The parking lot, normally considered one of the safest places in this quiet prairie city, was about to become the scene of a crime that would shake a community to its core and change the way America tracks dangerous predators forever. Drew Katrina Shodin was 22 years old that autumn, a senior at the University of North Dakota studying graphic arts. Born on September 26, 1981 in Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. She had grown up in a loving household with her mother Linda Walker, her father Alan Shodin, and her brother Sven. Those who knew Drew described her as vibrant, responsible, and full of life. She was a member of the Gamma Phi Beta sorority, known for her dedication to volunteer work and her warm, infectious smile. That Saturday, November 22nd, Drew was working her shift at Victoria's Secret in the Columbia Mall. It was a job she enjoyed, one that helped pay for her education while she pursued her dreams. After her shift ended around 5 in the evening, Drew did what countless young women do after work. She browsed the stores briefly, treating herself to a new purse from Marshall Fields. It was a small indulgence, the kind of ordinary moment that makes up the fabric of everyday life. As Drew walked across the parking lot toward her 1994 Oldsmobile Cutlass, her cell phone rang. It was her boyfriend, Chris Lang. They chatted easily as Drew made her way through the rows of parked cars, her breath forming small clouds in the cold Dakota air. 4 minutes into their conversation, Chris heard Drew say something that would haunt him forever. Okay. Her tone wasn't alarmed exactly, but there was something in those 2 words. And then the line went dead. Chris assumed the call had simply dropped. His cell service in 2003 was far from perfect. He wasn't worried. Why would he be? Drew was in a mall parking lot on a Saturday afternoon, but 3 hours later his phone rang again. It was Drew's number. When he answered, there was only static, and the strange sound of buttons being pressed as if someone was accidentally hitting the keypad. Then silence. By that evening, Drit's roommate became concerned when Drew failed to show up for her second job at El Rocco, a local nightclub. Drew was nothing if not reliable. Missing work without calling was completely out of character. The roommate reported her missing that night, and by the next morning the Grand Forks Police Department had launched an investigation. When police located Drew's car in the mall parking lot, still parked where she'd left it, a chill ran through the investigators. Inside the vehicle they found her pocketbook and the shopping bag containing her new purse, still with the tags attached. But her car keys and cell phone were gone. There were no obvious signs of a struggle inside the car. But outside, near the passenger door, which had been left unlocked, investigators discovered something that made their blood run cold. A knife sheath, empty, lying on the ground. The Grand Forks community responded with an outpouring of support that was remarkable even by Midwestern standards. Within a day of Drew's disappearance being made public, hundreds of volunteers mobilized. Students from the University of North Dakota, faculty members, local residents, people from neighboring towns, they all came together with a single purpose: to find Drew and bring her home. Flyers with Drew's smiling face were distributed throughout the city, posted on every storefront window and light pole. Email alerts went out to every student and staff member at UND. Hundreds attended a candlelight vigil on campus, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, their hearts heavy with hope and fear. The community banded together in a way that transcended differences, united by a shared tragedy and a collective determination. The search efforts were massive. Busloads of volunteers were transported to Fisher, Minnesota, the area where Drew's cell phone signal had last been detected. Hundreds of people combed through snow-covered fields, wooded areas, roadways and ditches. They searched in sub-zero temperatures, their faces raw from the wind, their fingers numb, but their resolve unwavering. Search dogs and helicopters joined the effort. National Guard troops from both North Dakota and Minnesota participated. The FBI became involved when it became clear that Drew had likely been taken across state lines. Deputy Chief Bill Mackey of the Grand Forks Police Department would later recall the extraordinary cooperation among law enforcement agencies. "We had hundreds of volunteers," he said, in North Dakota, as well as in Minnesota, because we were searching a lot of different areas. Every morning, briefings were held at the police station, and for the first weeks after Drit's disappearance, the room was packed with investigators from multiple agencies. Police officers, sheriff's deputies, FBI agents, Border Patrol agents. They set aside jurisdictional concerns and rank, focused entirely on one goal. Drew's father, Alan Shuden, drove from the Twin Cities to Grand Forks the night she disappeared, racing through the darkness on fumes, his heart pounding with fear. At press conferences, he and Drew's brother Sven made emotional appeals to the public. "Honey, we're still looking for you," Alan said, his voice breaking. "We know you're there. Our strength is drawn off you. We're gonna find you." The investigation intensified when authorities were able to track the location of that mysterious second phone call Chris had received. The signal had originated near Fisher, Minnesota, a small community about 20 miles from Grand Forks. This suggested that Drew had been transported across state lines, which meant the FBI had jurisdiction, and the case became federal. 4 days after Drew went missing, investigators received a tip that would crack the case wide open. Someone reported seeing a known sex offender shopping at the Grand Forks Mall the day Drew disappeared. When investigators looked into this man's background, what they discovered filled them with dread. His name was Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., and he was 50 years old, living in Crookston, Minnesota. Rodriguez was not just any sex offender, he was classified as a level 3 offender in Minnesota, the highest risk category, indicating he was considered highly likely to reoffend. But here was the terrifying part. North Dakota didn't have a public sex offender registry at that time. The people of Grand Forks had no way of knowing that a dangerous predator was living just across the state border. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr.'s history read like a catalog of violence against women. Born on February 18, 1953 in Texas, he was the son of migrant farm workers who had eventually settled in Crookston in 1963. Rodriguez had reported using drugs heavily during his youth, and claimed he'd been sexually abused as a child. He dropped out of school in the 9th or 10th grade, not proficient in English, and found work at a local sugar factory. His first known sexual assault occurred in 1974 when he was just 21 years old. He had approached a woman in Crookston asking for a ride home. She recognized him from school and agreed to help. He directed her to a secluded driveway, then grabbed her by the throat. When she tried to escape, he pulled her back into the car and attempted to rape her. That victim, Shirley Iverson, would later describe the terror of being held against her will. A month later, Rodriguez struck again. He approached a woman coming out of a theater, offering to help her start her vehicle. Instead, he forced his way into her truck, drove her into the countryside, threatened her with a knife, and raped her. For these crimes, Rodriguez was convicted of aggravated rape and attempted aggravated rape. Rather than receiving a lengthy prison sentence, he was sent to the Minnesota Security Hospital in St. Peter for sex offender treatment. In 1976, a psychological evaluation described Rodriguez as suffering from an alcoholic personality disorder, with some paranoid, schizoid, and antisocial tendencies. The report noted his sexual aggression, though Rodriguez claimed at the time that controlling these urges wasn't a problem for him. The evaluation suggested otherwise. On April 9, 1980, Rodriguez was released from the treatment facility on a pass to his parents' home in Crookston. 4 days later, on April 13, he stepped out of a car and approached a woman on a Crookston street, asking for directions. When she stopped to help, he grabbed her arm and commanded, "Get in the car or I'm gonna kill you." When she struggled, Rodriguez stabbed her in the arm and abdomen. At his sentencing for that attack, Rodriguez and his attorney pleaded for him to be sent back to the hospital rather than prison. "Well, I guess I always will need treatment of some kind, and I would benefit from it," Rodriguez told the judge. But the judge saw through the request. "You apparently have no control over your actions," the judge told Rodriguez. "Until such time as there is some medical proof that something has taken place with you that will prevent you from acting out in this way, you should not be allowed to roam free in our society." Rodriguez was sentenced to prison, where he would serve 23 years. During that time, he received treatment for chemical dependency in 1981. But little else in the way of therapy for his violent sexual compulsions. On May 1, 2003, just 6 months before Drew Shioden disappeared, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was released from prison and returned to Crookston, Minnesota. When investigators focused on Rodriguez in the days after Drew's disappearance, they discovered he had no alibi that held up to scrutiny. He claimed he had been at the Columbia Mall to watch the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico at the cinema. But investigators quickly determined that film wasn't playing at that theater on November 22nd. It wasn't showing at any theater in the area. What Rodriguez did have were receipts from stores around the mall, including one from a nearby Menards for a knife purchase. When investigators searched Rodriguez's vehicle, what they found provided chilling evidence. In the trunk, they discovered a knife that matched the sheath found near Drove's car. In the rear wheel well, submerged in cleaning solution, they found another knife from a toolkit set, the kind of knives that were only available at specific home improvement stores. And on that knife, they found blood. DNA testing would confirm it was Drove's blood. There was also a woman's shoe in the car. Drew's shoe. On December 1, 2003, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was arrested and charged with kidnapping. Bail was set at $5 million, but Drew was still missing. And as December gave way to January and January to February, hope began to fade. The brutal North Dakota winter made searching nearly impossible. Snowdrifts covered the landscape, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in any direction in many areas. Still, volunteers persisted. Bob Heal is a private investigator from Denver who had been coordinating search efforts for the Shadeen family, led groups of family members and supporters through the bitter cold. They searched on weekends, on days off from work, whenever they could. Some volunteers came from as far away as Arkansas. They were driven by the simple need to do something, to make a difference, to help bring Drew home. On April 17, 2004, nearly 5 months after Drew disappeared, the call finally came. A police reservist and a retired deputy were searching a ravine just northwest of Crookston, in the area where volunteers had searched many times before, but which had been covered with deep snow throughout the winter. As the snow melted with the arrival of spring, they found what everyone had been dreading: Drew's body. Polk County Sheriff Mark Letikier sobbed as he told the assembled volunteers, "Drew is home." The scene was heartbreaking. Drew's partially nude body was found face down in the ravine. Her hands had been tied behind her back. She had been beaten and stabbed, suffering multiple lacerations, including a 5.5-inch cut on her neck. A rope was tied around her neck, and remnants of a shopping bag were found under the rope, suggesting that a bag had been placed over her head. The medical examiner would later conclude that the cause of death could have been the major neck wound, suffocation from the bag and rope, or exposure to the elements during the frigid November night when she was left in that ravine. The crime scene was located near a county road, not far from where Rodriguez lived with his mother in Crookston. Her cell phone was found nearby. At a press conference, Alan Shodin's grief was palpable. "We were waiting for that call," he said. "And when that call came, we all stopped living for a second. It was," he said, "a devastating day. But there was also a sense of closure, painful as it was." Bob Heels noted that Drew's friends and family felt a measure of relief. "Drew's coming home, and that's what we've wanted from the beginning," he said. "We never wanted to go through life without knowing where she was." The autopsy revealed evidence suggesting sexual assault. This would become a point of contention during the trial. What was clear was that Drew had fought for her life, and that her final hours had been filled with unimaginable terror. Because Drew had been transported across state lines from North Dakota to Minnesota, the federal government had jurisdiction under the Federal Kidnapping Act. This was significant because neither North Dakota nor Minnesota had the death penalty, but federal law did. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. would face a capital murder trial. The trial began in March 2006 in federal court in Fargo, North Dakota. It was a highly emotional proceeding, with Drew's family and friends filling the courtroom and the details of the crime laid bare for all to hear. The prosecution presented overwhelming physical evidence: the knife with Drew's blood, the matching knife sheath, her shoe, hair, and fiber samples from her body that matched Rodriguez and his possessions, the receipts placing him at the mall, and the lies he told about watching a movie. Rodriguez's defense team had a nearly impossible task. The evidence against their client was damning. They argued about his troubled childhood, his history of abuse, his mental health issues, and the lack of proper treatment he'd received while incarcerated. They suggested he suffered from intellectual disabilities and mental illness that should be considered as mitigating factors. On August 30, 2006, the jury found Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. On September 22, 2006, they sentenced him to death. It was the first death penalty sentence handed down in North Dakota in nearly a century since 1914. Federal Judge Ralph Erickson, in sentencing Rodriguez, called his actions senseless and horrendous, and acknowledged the difficulty of the decision the jury had been forced to make. Rodriguez was sent to death row at the United States Penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana. He remained there for 15 years, filing appeals and challenging various aspects of his conviction and sentence. In a 2013 interview conducted on death row by forensic experts, Rodriguez finally admitted to the crime. He provided a chilling account of how he had first spotted Drew at the mall, and claimed her appearance reminded him of someone who had allegedly molested him as a child. He said he walked away initially, but encountered her again outside another store, and decided to follow her. He approached her car, displayed his knife, and forced her to comply. "When I looked at her, I sort of came back to my senses," he told the interviewers. "The first thing I said, that ain't her. I was going to leave, and then something clicked." He described binding her hands and taking her across the state line. The forensic experts concluded that Drew's struggle for survival may have lasted for quite some time. Rodriguez's appeals continued for years. His defense attorneys argued that he had intellectual disabilities, that his trial lawyers had been ineffective, and that testimony from the medical examiner about sexual assault had been misleading since the autopsy report itself made no mention of semen found on or near her body. They claimed his constitutional rights had been violated. In September 2021, in a stunning development, Judge Ralph Erickson, the same judge who had sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned the death sentence. In his ruling, Erickson found that Rodriguez's defense attorneys had failed to adequately pursue an insanity defense, and that there had been issues with the medical examiner's testimony. However, the conviction itself was upheld. Rodriguez was entitled to a new sentencing hearing. In March 2023, under the Biden administration, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland directed the U.S. Attorney's Office in North Dakota to withdraw the death penalty notice. Federal executions had been placed on hold. In May 2023, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was moved from death row in Indiana to the United States Penitentiary Coleman II in Florida, where he remains today. The decision not to pursue the death penalty was controversial. Drew Wrigley, who had prosecuted Rodriguez and later became North Dakota's Attorney General, was vocal in his frustration. He believed the death penalty was appropriate given the horrific nature of the crime. But for Drew's family, the important thing was that Rodriguez would never walk free. The impact of Drew Chaudin's murder extended far beyond the courtroom. The case had revealed a dangerous gap in public safety. The lack of a national, easily accessible sex offender registry. While Minnesota tracked sex offenders like Rodriguez, North Dakota residents had no way to know he was living just across the border. There was no easy way for concerned parents, schools, or communities to search for sex offenders who might be in their area, especially those who cross state lines. In the wake of Drew's murder, a movement began to change that, spearheaded by Bob Heels and other advocates, along with members of Drew's family. Legislation was introduced in Congress to create a comprehensive national sex offender database that would be accessible to the public online. On July 27, 2006, President George W. Bush signed into law the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which included what came to be known as Drew's Law. This legislation created the Drew Chaudin National Sex Offender public website. The website provides free access to sex offender information from all 50 states, the District of Columbia, U.S. territories, and certain federally recognized Indian tribes. Users can search by name, address, city, county, state, or zip code to find registered sex offenders in their community. The website also includes educational materials about sexual abuse and its prevention. It's a tool that parents, schools, employers, and community members can use to protect themselves and their loved ones. The Drew Chaudin National Sex Offender public website is an unprecedented public safety resource, a partnership between the Department of Justice and state, territorial, and tribal governments. Today, the website still features Drew's photograph, her warm smile frozen in time, along with her biography and the story of what happened to her. It serves as both a memorial and a tool to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Drew's legacy extends in other ways as well. A scholarship was established in her name at the University of North Dakota. Her mother, Linda Walker, became a tireless advocate for victims of sexual assault, using a Facebook page called Drew's Voice to spread awareness and support survivors. The family organized clinics to teach communities how to organize effective searches when people go missing. Annual fundraisers, including a golf tournament in Pequot Lakes and a run-walk event, were held for years to raise awareness about violence against women and children. The case also prompted campus safety improvements at universities across the country and increased awareness about sexual assault reporting. For the community of Grand Forks, the impact was profound. East Grand Forks Police Chief Michael Headland, who served as the public information officer during the investigation, noted that it really changed our safe feeling of community to more like things that happen in a large city. The shock that such a violent abduction could happen in an ordinary mall parking lot in broad daylight shattered the sense of invulnerability that many residents had felt. Yet it also brought out the best in people. The extraordinary volunteer response, the cooperation between law enforcement agencies, the support shown to Drew's family, these became sources of pride for the community. Despite the differences community members might have, when tragedy strikes, whether it be a flood or in this case a kidnapping, the community always comes together. Deputy Chief Mackey reflected. For Drew's sorority sister and close friend Brittany Schmalz, the loss was deeply personal. She remembered Drew as someone who loved her sorority, who was passionate about volunteer work, who brought light into the lives of everyone she knew. The pain of that loss never fully went away, but neither did the memory of who Drew was. Not just a victim, but a vibrant young woman with dreams and passions and people who loved her dearly. 20 years after that cold November afternoon, Drew Shiodin's story remains a powerful reminder of both the darkness that can exist in the world and the light that communities can bring to fight against it. Her murder changed laws, improved public safety, and brought a measure of justice, however imperfect. But perhaps most importantly, it ensured that Drew would never be forgotten. Not as a statistic or a case number, but as a beloved daughter, sister, friend, and bright light, whose memory continues to protect others. On the Drew Shiodin National Sex Offender Public website, her photograph still greets visitors, her smile still warm, her legacy still alive. And every time a parent uses that website to check their neighborhood, every time a potential victim is warned about a dangerous individual, Drew's spirit continues its work of protection and prevention. In the quiet prairie town of Grand Forks, in the hallways of the University of North Dakota, in the hearts of those who knew and loved her, Drew Shiodin is remembered not for how she died, but for how she lived with kindness, with purpose, with love. And in the end, that is the story that endures. Not the story of a crime, but the story of a life that mattered and continues to matter, long after that terrible November day. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.